Hello? Hello, you guys. Welcome to the stream. It took me a while there. Anyways, welcome. Welcome, Space Commander. Jax, welcome. Welcome, you guys. Let me just clean up my desk for a bit here. Because there's so many mess. Rashu, welcome. Ast, welcome. Oh, my tablet wasn't turned on just yet. Anyways, shall we begin? Today I'm just gonna draw this sketch dump basically. I think my tablet is not. I think my tablet is not working. Holy shit. Yeah, I think I need to reset. Or something. Or just open up my drivers. Yeah, my stuff is kind of laggy. Hold up, let me just reset this. This tends to happen. There we go, it's working now. But let me just also open my reference. It might be a tad bit slower than usual. Because my mouse deadass just died on me. Or just broken. Anyways, basically we have the sketch here. And we're gonna make an illustration out of it. Oh, I can just copy and paste now. Kinda don't like how this is composed. Which I did not expect. Cancel. Not finished yet. But of course, this is only just a layout, so it'll completely look different by the time I'm like gonna turn it into an illustration. Turn it down completely because I don't need to like base around it all too much. The evil chicken returns. Yeah, it gets noisy around this time, at this hour for some reason. Not sure if if I want to make the character topless here. Once again, I have zero ideas for what the character design would look like, so I only wanted the pose here. Because I wanted to draw an arm that is basically in this angle or in this position. Kind of like a practice, but it's a 2-in-1. I'm surprised my mic can pick that noise up. I'm just gonna draw something typical or typical character design, nothing too complicated or creative. Because I just deadass only wanted the pose of this sketch. Might do something later to not make it look boring, at least. But either way. I don't like this arm. Let me just not draw cleanly, because that is not a good way for me to do right now, especially if I have no idea what the character would look like. pen am I using? Make this smaller. A brush make it look like you're making one of those ink paintings. It's because of the pressure. The difference is much more higher. That's why it kind of gives that sort of effect. Don't want to curve it that way. I'm also gonna add some effects here, so. Have you seen the latest Primal episode? Not yet. I need to watch the new Harley Quinn. Oh yeah. I used to watch that back then. I really like how they it's really funny on what they made or what they done with the Joker basically. I don't watch it all the time. I really don't want him with long hair, but Actually, let's just not make it spiky, I guess. Now for the legs, which is somewhat of a nightmare with this pose. But he is kind of wearing like those really baggy pants. So I don't exactly need to lay it down perfectly. Gotta wear some flip flops. Shit. Didn't move that. Never was a fan of the Harley Quinn character. Always found her annoying. What version though? There's like 1,000 versions of her. Kind of looking messy right now. Oh, I should also save. Please don't crash. I mean, it never crashed. And if it did, it rarely happens. Hopefully it's also recording. There we go. This blade looks wonky, but I need to move this. It'll look fine later. It's 1,000 versions, obviously. All versions are annoying. Well, that's on you. Isn't this an HBO show though? Couldn't remember. this part needs more folds, or else it's gonna look like it's weirdness. I mean, it already kind of does. Might need to transform it. I should really lock this. Let's lock that. There we go. Actually, not sure if this is. Reset. And then the angle here. Just refining the sketch currently. Might add some clothings here and there so it doesn't look all too boring. Yeah, the Harlequin animated shows on HBO Max. Oof. Need to do something with this flip-flops, but currently have no idea. Yeah, this pants kind of convolutes the shit out of this. So it kind of looks like it's confusing. Because supposedly it has to look like this. And then this one, it's kind of the same, but doing like that. I don't think the baggy fans would help. Yeah, it doesn't help. I mean, I don't want to take this illustration too serious. It's more like a doodle for me, in all honesty. And once again, I just want the pose. That's it. Don't need to take this too seriously. There is no point. And I'm actually not drawing it or illustrating it in my usual process, because I never really do refine sketches. But since I have a sketch done for this, I think it would be better off that way. And just better off for me to be all loose and not to be all restrictive on that. Because again, it's just about the pose, not really exemplifying or showing off the character. This type of poses doesn't necessarily show off the character design, so it's more like the action part of it is what's important here. We live in a world where Dragon Ball and Naruto is now in Fortnite. I don't play Fortnite, but what the heck is going on? I mean, Fortnite is, at this point, they're basically getting the rights for everything to, like, put it in their game. Good for them, I guess. And Fortnite, I don't think Fortnite is a popular game here. I'm not sure. Because Fortnite takes like a lot from your system. It's really demanding when it comes to performance, I think. And those type of stuff doesn't really get popular, all too popular here. Cal, welcome. Just sketching away here. And then we have this rope. Want the handle to be somewhat squared, or using squares. Oh, I should put the hand here instead. Here we go. A little bit higher. So he kind of looks like he's reaching out for it, but not exactly holding it. He's about to grab it. Are you just sketching today, right? Not coloring? Nah, I'm gonna color this. We're making a full-blown illustration, baby. We're going all in. Actually wanted to stream much more earlier, but it took me forever to eat lunch, so. Still not. Still have no idea what to do with the flip flops. Do this. And kind of make it look a bit off. We're doing this. I don't think I can speedrun this illustration though. As much as I want to. Let's make him look more rugged, because it's low-key me cheating, because I don't want to make him look all uniform and perfect. But nah. Let's put some bandages there. There's supposed to be some sort of effects here, but for now I just need the base of the sword. Not too sure if I want to make it look super extra or not. Anyways, let's now proceed to do some cleanup. I wouldn't say this is inking, this is more like a pseudo cleanup because I know for sure it's not going to be clean. Anyways. Oh, let's give me some earrings. Guess why not? I still feel like I'm not very good at drawing hair. I think you guys can also see that I don't exactly follow the sketch. Regardless, it's nice to have a guide. Not liking this. Because it's still somewhat off to the side, this head. It's not completely angled at the back. So we're not doing the earrings after all. I do like just having a consistent line sometimes instead of a whole variety of line weight, because I feel like it's too messy to deal with. I triple Dr. A to draw on a moose spiky's hair bow tie. Have you ever struggled with wanting to draw like another artist? I mean, I think every artist deals with that. Like, they always have this sort of dilemma, like, why couldn't I make what they're making? And preference is such a huge, I guess, could be like a roadblock for it. Like, for example, I can do, uh, I can do and try realistic style, right? But the reason why I don't do it is because of my preference. And if I see other artists with like using that style, it does come across like, why can't I do what they're doing? And yeah, that's pretty natural though. Oh, I drew this wrong. And of course, it will always be a struggle to like, for example, you're trying something out completely new. Of course, you're gonna struggle because you haven't done it ever. And those type of stuff is natural. Let's make the flip up to a different direction. Man, something smells weird. What the hell? Dun, dun. Yeah, I see what you mean. If you like stylized stuff, then it's rough to see those crazy concept art designs. It just makes you wonder. And I think also it's just kind of hard to maintain multiple styles. I'm not saying it's impossible to have multiple art styles. It's just hard to maintain them. Especially if you're, because styles can be determined by its process. So you're basically have to adapt every time. And committing to a certain style kind of makes it easy. So in that way you don't have to like make decisions all the time. You just do it. That's why it's kind of frequent to see artists stick to only one because it's just much more convenient. I wouldn't say easier, but much more convenient instead and practical. Because anyone can probably do any style whenever they want to. It's just they don't do it. They don't have to. Go. This part is kind of confusing to look at, so might fix that one. I personally wouldn't be stressed about art styles. Like, I see people getting stressed about how do you find your style, how do you find your style. It would come eventually. And just rushing to find something is just gonna distract you. And I guess that's just me. Because once again, art styles can, or your art process can be a factor to what is your art style. What program do you use? I use Clip Studio Paint. It looks ugly. Actually, it does look ugly. This is what I hate about pens with line variety, with a huge line variety. Lines can be inconsistent. Damn, what color is this? Especially if you're still just learning the technicalities. Like, you're still learning about composition, themes, figures that you need to draw, you want to draw, or what you enjoy doing. Those things tend to change and develop over time, so it's kind of useless. Well, for me at least, to be so stressed about finding your style when you're still trying to, like, learn the basics. Ooh, that was a loud crack. I wonder if you guys hear that. It's cracking my hand. Kinda low-key rushing it, but that's good. That's fine, I guess. I guess again, I really don't care to be all too perfect in this one. I guess again, I'm only here for the pose. Just want the pose. Nothing more, nothing less. I mean, I do care about aesthetics when I'm too focused on, like, the pose and such, but not too much. Just to a certain degree, I guess. After this, we can finally proceed to color. I didn't hear, but those loud cracks are righteous sometimes. Yeah, it kind of helps make the hand a little loose, so I don't have to be so stiff sometimes. Some people love to do really clean lines, but for some reason the sketchy messier ones looks cool. Yeah, there's just something about messy line art. Something about it is charming. Like, I also like super clean lines, but seeing something like really sketchy, messy, it has its charm to it. And I think I much prefer it. Let me drink some more. The thing is, I feel like I still am not good when it comes to drawing hair and fabric. Hair is, I think it's bearable enough for me, but I wouldn't be so like wow and satisfied with what I can produce with it. Fabric is probably the one that I'm the most unsatisfied with. Most of it. Like a tendency I come across. And I'm not sure how to point this out. Like, just some of the folds that I draw sometimes just doesn't feel right, look right to me, basically. So I guess those are like the department I'm still not satisfied with. I mean, right now it's okay. It's bearable for me. And for you it probably looks fine, but to me it's not. I'm still unsatisfied with it. I mean, I should practice, but I don't often draw characters with a lot of clothing, so yeah. Zopex, welcome. Absolutely love the sketchy look. It's aesthetic to me and is how I used to draw a lot of sketch art line work because of art class emphasizing that style. It's just much more less stiff, I guess, compared to like cleanups or cleaned up lines of ink. It has it just has much more motion to it, I guess, if that makes sense. More motion, movement, and it's very loose. Somewhat erratic also. That makes sense because I've heard a lot of artists say that drawing hair is almost the same as drawing phones. Yeah, they're pretty much similar when if you try to break down on their principle or behavior. They're fairly similar. Similar. And that probably explains why both of them are like the department I'm not quite satisfied with yet. Like right now it looks fine or whatever, but to me I always have this sense like this can look better in this, but I don't know how just yet, or couldn't really point out the specifics to myself. But I think it's leaning more to the phones, clothing phones, because in hair to hair, it's manageable. Like this looks fine. But when it comes to clothing phones, I'm pretty much lost. I think I should just use a tool for this on the sword because it's kind of hard to draw by hand. Like I would need to use my whole arm in order to like make the lines really look clean. I want to make the soul visible and somewhat this flip flops are kind of off, or just somewhat kind of leaning down there. There's supposed to be a lot of folds here. but for some reason I don't want to. I'll do that in a separate layer. I want it to have this sort of stripes, but they're not stripes. What life like for you living in the Philippines, being an amazing artist and all? I mean, I still feel the same. I still live in a province and still in poverty. Yeah, I have art skills, but I'm still broke. And Philippines is like miserable to be an artist here. It's never the best country to be creative or to do whatever sort of creative skill to have. It's never the best. I mean that it's pretty much in general. Nobody really appreciates. Not nobody, or rarely a few, can only appreciate it. And basically, artists themselves are the only ones that can appreciate it. I'm not saying all, but it's fairly the majority of it. Mm. Didn't like that one. Doesn't it fold it like this? I think the sword is on the left. The forearm can be really confusing because it's kind of round on where it's connected to the elbow, and then it kind of goes in flat when it's reaching the hand. It's kind of like that. So it might look thin or thicker in certain angles. That's more of an observation though. Oh wait, someone's calling me. Hold up. Oh, I'm back. My aunt just called me. She was asking what shawarma I should get. I'm having shawarma for a snack. It's very nice. Do you have a dream job? A dream job for me? I mean, there's a lot. One is me being in the business field, me being I don't know, a manager or any accounting job really, or admin job. Another one, maybe me being a director or something. So one is for business and one is for creative. I always thought that part was confusing as hell too. I mean, it's easy to observe to me because I'm bony as hell. So I don't need to look up a reference. I mean, you'll probably see that sort of occurrence on references, but I can just look up to my own body to figure out how the human figure works, basically, or to some parts of it. Because I don't think my body is a great reference. But yeah. Do you ever feel forced to draw? Of course I am. Almost all the time. I'm much more. I still much prefer to like make this as a sort of hobby instead of a job, because I don't think I would be all too pleased about it. Or a part of me is still too Asian to the point that I still invalidate any sort of creative career. And I think I would see that it's much more fulfilling to like do other do other stuff. Everyone's had shawarma besides me. It's really good. I mean, depending where you buy them, of course. But for me, it's good. I should. Should I use this instead? Nah, I don't want to use it. Let's just use this. But it's too thick, I think. And I can only do this straight line. Maybe I can make a ruler. Hold up. Curve ruler. I'm still not well versed about making rulers, so I still suck at it. See? God damn it. I mean, I could try my best to draw this at hand, but I don't think it's worth. Because I'll have to do it multiple times. Oh. There we go. And then let's do another one. I should really use Clip Studio's tools much more often, because I don't think there's a point to me to not use them. Oh shit. Let's fill some shadows here and there. I don't want to overdo it though. All I need is a tad bit enough. Oh, my unsave. Oh, I can do it by hand. But only the middle one. I wouldn't dare to do it completely by hand, because I don't want to waste my time. Alright. See, if I do it by hand, I'll be doing that type of shit. Undoing and doing another line. Shawarma is 7 out of 10. Pretty solid. It really depends on what you put in it. Only reason I like it is It's different from what I usually eat, so that's nice. I think we're good to color now, but let me just add some shadows. Should I take a break from drawing? Ever since I saw my art regression, I tried to practice nearly all day for the past few days, and still feels like it's regressing a bit more. I'm not sure, because to me, to my experience, if I just sleep it off and try again the next day, not the whole day, only like a few tries of it, and it's pretty much fine. But yeah, taking some breaks worked for me, but I'm not sure if it works to everyone else. Because some people, if they try to like give it up and take a break for a bit, sometimes it gets worse. So I'm really not sure. So it's really up to you. Try it out. Because I would also discourage you to like keep doing it and doing it until you basically finally get a result that you like. I wouldn't recommend that, because nothing's gonna work, especially if you're like moody and all that. Nothing's gonna work. Not quite sure what to do. You probably think that why couldn't I just get the silhouette of this color silhouette or the color block for the whole body and then just transform it for the shadows? That's a nice method to do it, or a much more faster way to do it. But I don't know, I like to draw it instead for some reason. Just saying. I just think this method is much more faster, I guess. Or much more convenient for me. Again, what works for me might not work for you. it's not working. I'm gonna hide all of those. Almost done. So we can finally move on to like the coloring stage. Then less, less lines here. Yeah, I think I should take a break. I'm using my sanity on how it regressed. Yeah, I would just recommend to take a break if nothing is working out. Because there's no point. So in that way you have like a fresh mindset by the time you come back. Well, I think we're good to color now. Let me just save that. Save that, and I'll be back. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. BRB. I'm back. Let me just take a drink. Is my fan too loud? I noticed that it's kind of picking up really high. Anyways, are you regressing or are you gaining higher standards? That's a good question though. Because if you have high standards and your skill kind of doesn't meet it, everything will look shit to you. It could be both also. So getting distracted by my nails. Hold up. Also, let me just take a short break. Let me just massage my hands. The fan is fine. Really, here. Fan is fine. Oh, that's nice. Cause this shit is loud. I mean, we have another fan that's louder than this, but it's still loud. And there's no air conditioning here. That's why I'm always dying at around this hour. I'm always not in the comfort. Anyways, let me just take a short break. It's mostly the faces with the eyes. They're reminded how it looked like 2 years ago. What I would recommend is basically stop drawing for now, because I think you've been drawing for too much, and straining your hand is never a good thing. And what I recommend instead is to analyze or take a closer look to what you have been producing so far recently. And what I meant by analyze is just point out the specifics. And I mean specific. Like, be really specific. Is it the lines? Is it the head shape? Is it how it's drawn? Etc. etc. Like, really specific. Then point those out, what is basically, looking wrong to you. And try to figure out what can be done to make this look right. Is it changing the size? Is it changing the construction, etc.? But if you want to draw, then I recommend to go back to where you're really comfortable at drawing. Chill out for a bit, and then go back. I've been drawing every day nonstop for the past 2 years. I should take a look and analyze the problem. Yeah, I recommend take a look and stop drawing for a bit. Even if it's just one day, I recommend stopping one day, a whole day of no drawing, and then you can come back. I don't think I would recommend for you to stop drawing completely, because that would either make it worse or better, because it can really make you rusty. You either completely forbid yourself from drawing anything for one day, or allow yourself to draw whatever the fuck there is. Just small doodles, that's fine. But if you're trying to draw really well polished stuff, I don't recommend it, especially for every day. Dear God, 2 years. Yeah, I don't actually recommend drawing every day. Even for me, I think that's fucking bogus as fuck. Like, I already draw a lot. I mean, I draw every day right now, but I'm only obligated because it's like my job and shit. But to me, I need to have like at least one day of not drawing. So it's kind of like every day, but not really. Because if we're counting like scribbles, like actual chicken scribbles type of shit, if we count that as drawing, then I guess that's fine. But if you're making well polished stuff every day, yeah, I don't recommend it. You're gonna burn yourself out. Because it's also in the matter of like, how much effort are you putting into it? Are you putting a lot into it, or you're just kind of like scribbling around? You know, nothing too demanding. I should get more water. Ran out of water, so I'm gonna go back downstairs. BRB. Hello, I'm back. Let me just wipe my hands. Currently washed it. Swift takeoff, welcome. Oh, my voice correct. The perspective in this piece is crazy. Thanks, man. Oh, my face feels kind of oily also. Anyways, actually, our inking is actually still not done. Or actually, now let's head into coloring because I'm so done with this. Let us just use our good old tool that can help us fill this quickly, because I don't want to spend crazy amount of time for this. I need to fill up the gaps though, because it won't fill it down if it sees any sort of gaps here and there. Let me fix this. Oh, wrong tool. See? We need to fill in the gaps here and there. It's definitely not perfect though. Like, these gaps are completely filled in, which shouldn't be. You don't have the close gap fill tool on Clip Studio. I already have the setting. Oh, there we go. I already have the setting cranked up high, but it's still not gonna work, as you can see, unless I completely fill it up. I mean, I don't blame CSP, because I tend to have really, really big ass gaps here and there. So I don't blame the tools. It's just how I fucking draw. It's more of a me thing. What is this? There's still gaps here. Oh. Had to be precise on how I feel it up also. Hey, there we go. Now to clear in the gaps. Or spots that shouldn't be colored. Oh, where else? I think there's supposed to be a gap here. Okay, I think that's it. Now we can jump in to color it. Cyrix, smoke 'em. I'm not sure what colors to use. Guess for sure this is black. Well, I guess I'll fill in the obvious ones for now. Since I don't have any ideas for the rest of the colors. It's weird that my left hand is much more strained than my right. I have to stretch my left hand now too. Blue? I've already used blue, so. Do you use references for poses? Nah. I'm too lazy to find references. That's it. Looking for inspiration? Yeah, maybe. But for as a reference, nah. Not anymore. Cause finding finding a pose will drive you insane, I think. And since I already got a good idea on how to like move the body in a certain way, I don't think there's a necessary for me to. I mean, probably when checking anatomy if everything's right and all. But regardless of that, not anymore. What else? And it's not even references or, photos that I even look up to find some inspirations. I tend to look at other artists instead, or other artworks. Maybe sometimes photos, but I rarely do that. That's too dark. Not enough contrast. I'm gonna start off with the easy ones to draw first. Like bandages, colors that I don't need to think about. What do you recommend me to practice to be able to draw such poses without using references? Here's the thing. Back then, when I was practicing, not only that I was trying to expand my knowledge or my visual library, basically my memory from, accumulating poses and all. I also sweated a lot when practicing anatomy. So basically, I try to draw certain parts of the body in various poses, in various angles. So almost every single, angle, or at least some angles, in order to complete a full 360 view or whatever. What do I recommend? Well, it's either you practice anatomy or you practice drawing tons and tons of poses in order to accumulate or build up visual library. I don't think. Well, studying poses does help, but it does kind of makes you limited, especially if you don't have zero fucking ideas when it comes to anatomy. Not to mention, the reason why this pose works or looks good is because I also exaggerated the perspective. If I'm just like drawing this in an ordinary angle, then it would just be an ordinary angle. It would just be a normal looking pose. It wouldn't look as dynamic if I do this. If I exaggerated the angle or the perspective of the whole body. Is it accurate? Is this pose look anatomically accurate? Of course not. That's why I exaggerate. What the goal is basically is to make it look convincing. It's to make this look convincing. Basically, I want this foot here to be much more closer to the camera. Also along with this sword. So the more closer to the camera, the more bigger they are. So kind of sort of making this illusion of like depth to it. Because once again, it's not only the pose that makes something dynamic. It could also be perspective. I don't think studying poses helps me, to be honest. I tried, but I feel like my fundamentals are not that solid / good because I'm a self-taught artist, so I don't know really what I have to know. Yeah, that's basically the struggle of being self-taught. You basically don't have a streamline of how to learn or what to learn, basically. Because if you're going to a school, they basically already have what do you call this? A curriculum, basically. So that's basically your map that you can follow. But if you're self-taught, you basically have to figure out everything for yourself. Because if you just study the pose, you only get the idea of the pose or how the body is positioned in that certain way. But if you have zero knowledge or you're still struggling with like anatomy or the construction of the body, I don't think you have to be a super expert when it comes to anatomy. I think you just need the construction. And if you struggle with those, you're gonna have a hard time. I'm not sure with the shade of black. It doesn't look black, but it has to kind of like sort of produce that energy, but I can just change it later. Have fun with the rest of the stream. I'll watch the video of how this turned out. Well, thank you for joining. Have a good day, later gamers. Later, my dude. I think I should do the skin next. think this is too saturated. I cannot. I mean, I'm just using my laptop screen, so it might suck. The colors might look sucky for now. Because my laptop screen is the worst when it comes to depicting colors. So I couldn't really tell if this colors are great or not. But Mary, you have a screen display tablet that is much more accurate when it comes to colors. Hell no, I'm not drawing on a display tablet. I mean, I'm still using it right now, but I'm not using the display, basically. So the HDMI cable is not connected, basically. And I still hate drawing on the display. I just don't like drawing on a screen. It's kind of first world problems, but I just don't like the feeling of it. Also, I just do not want to look down on the screen. I have a really long neck, and looking down is never pleasing. Let me just go back here and then do this. Oh, wrong layer. Let me actually try to sweat. Do some sweaty drawing. Nah, I can't do it. I'm gonna go here, multiply. I want the hand to look kinda ashy. Well, the other hand, I mean. I'm using the wrong tool. Some blue for some reason. But I think tablets with screen are better for animation. It's more precise, I guess. Nah, not for me. Not for me. Maybe I'm just a hater. But I couldn't really use my old tablet because the pen pressure there is hideous. And I've been meaning to find an upgrade anyways. I need to color the clothing and the hair now. Still don't know what colors to apply though. Let's try purple. Purple is somewhat saturated here in my laptop for some reason. So I have to adjust or do some adjustments later, which sucks. But let me actually just do this. I'm gonna test some colors. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's also been a while since I've used some purples and violets here and there. Abu Wacom into his art, and I really struggle in drawing clean lines. I just bought a screen tablet online, but I didn't try it yet. I hope it helps. It's Preference by JD, who is one of the top Sakuga animators, pretty much uses the same non-display tablet for 14 years now. Yeah, it's a matter of preference. Here's the thing. If you're using a small non-display tablet, you're gonna struggle, especially if you have a big ass display. Because you're gonna be zooming in frequently, like what I'm doing. I'm zooming in frequently. But if I have a big ass screen and a big ass tablet, that wouldn't be a problem. But since my how many inches is this? I think my laptop is like 13 inches, so it's not far off. And I think this is like 10 inches, so it's not far off. But if I have a smaller tablet, that would be a struggle. Because I would be zooming in much more frequently. But regardless, I'm still not into display tablets. Testing out some colors now. Blue is the best choice, of course it is. But I also kind of also liking this earthy tones right here. But yeah, it's really a matter of preference. You can't really recommend someone like, hey, you should be using this. No, it's really up to you. I'm testing out some colors, but nothing is working out. Let's cancel that because I think I need this to be a different color. You know what? I'll deal with it later. Right now, let me do the hair. It took me 2 years to start liking my Cintiq. I actually preferred using the Intuos. Man, Cintiq looks really attractive to draw on, but at the same time, I cannot stress out. I just ended up being stressed out of like, you need a good device to run this because it's not its own like computer. Like you need a computer to make it work, or you have a mobile Studio Pro which is capable of running on its own. But regardless, you still need great performance in order to make it to use the most out of it. Not to mention, you need a good ass table. Especially if you're like buying big ones, you're gonna need a bigger table. And also a stand and maybe a chair. It's like this expense is accumulating basically. It's not like I can draw on like display tablets. And some people say that it's much more faster to like draw on the tablet that has a display on. And honestly, for me, I see no difference. So it's really up to you. Yeah, you need a good PC because it's a dumbass 4K screen. I was impulsive and didn't research. Yeah, basically the specs are and resolution is basically high. You need a fucking good display, display or processor for it, or else it's It's gonna be lagging. It's gonna be lagging a lot. And especially if you have the big one, I just get stressed out about it. Like, where the fuck do I put this? But maybe that's just me. And buying a Cintiq is basically the equivalent of buying a house here. That's how ridiculous the price is. Like, you can deadass buy a house with that. With a fucking monitor. I'm coughing. Still I have no idea what the colors is. If I get if I can figure this shit out, I'll just use typical colors and then move on. I really like this earthy tone, it's not gonna lie. Colors might look boring for now, but I'll just add some patterns here and there, just so the clothing wouldn't look too boring. And then the standalone is $500. Yeah, it's really expensive. Deadass, you can buy a house with all of the shit, with all of those prices. Little Ronky, welcome. There is something to be said about the portability of a small tablet versus a Cintiq too. Yeah, you can bring the Cintiq anywhere. And if I have a Cintiq right now, I would be 10 times much more stressed. Because it floods really often here. Like every after 2 or 3 years, it's gonna flood. It's storming here. If I only had to work at my desk, I'd go mad quickly. Yeah, some people just cannot. Also, doesn't like being stuck in a certain workspace. A non-display tablet is not really portable because you always need a screen or PC. I mean, it's much more portable compared to a Cintiq. Because a Cintiq, it's basically stuck on your desk. You're not gonna bring it anywhere. Maybe if you have a smaller Cintiq, but I doubt it. Are small Cintiqs even worth it? Can you really buy a house for the price of a Cintiq? I'm not kidding. You can literally buy a house with that price here. That's how fucking expensive it is. Like, I remember saying to my mom, man, I was like looking at a mobile studio, and I think basically it costs thousands of bucks. And even my mom was like, that's fucking ridiculous. That's like 5 months of our monthly expenses for a single tablet. I better be God when I draw on that tablet. Let's search the price. One can Cintiq. What's the largest one? I think it's the 32. Let's search the price because I'm not very updated with the price. And I just feel Wacom stuff is outdated. I just wish they would update this shit. Because it definitely feels like kind of old. Where is it? Wacom. The 24 is basically 2,000 bucks. Where else? I couldn't find the 32. What the hell? But yeah, you can literally start building a small ass house with that price. Not to mention the taxes. Holy shit. And extra stuff that you need to buy from it. It's that ridiculous. Sir Will, welcome. When will you start sketching? I'm done with the sketch, bro. I bought a Hawaiian canvas because Cintiqs are expensive. Yeah, I think. Well, when it comes to display tablets, Wacom is like the king there. If we're talking about their Cintiqs, nobody can match them. Of course, there are good alternatives right now compared to last time. But if you're looking for like big ass display tablets, you would just. I think I would rather like recommend you to just buy a Wacom one instead. And people who just like the Wacom brand, they just feel much more secure with it. But yeah, that's a good buy though. Hawaiian is really good right now. But if we're talking like back then, especially when I was a kid, tablets, you cannot buy a tablet with either with a display or not. You cannot buy any brand but Wacom. And what sucks about it, Wacom isn't even like accessible here, and it sucks. Like I deadass only got like a graphic tablet, and it's like very cheap. It's like $50. I only got my first one when I was 18, and that sucks. But it was good enough for me. No, I meant after this drawing. What? I'm only gonna draw one illustration. When you start shading, can you explain the way you're thinking while you're shading, if that's possible? Yeah, sure. After I figure out these base colors, because I'm like kind of dragging. Where are you from, by the way? I'm from the Philippines, so art supplies, even traditional art supplies, it's fucking hard to get the actual brand that you want. You would need to buy online, and buying online wasn't a huge thing back in the day. That's why it sucks. It only gets somewhat legit by the time I was like around 18 or approaching to the age of 18. Because back then, people still find it shady. Even my mom, she would not allow me to buy anything online because she thinks everything there is like trash. Let me actually try golden ones. I think it's too bright. Yeah, I'm from Morocco, so I feel you. Tablets are not accessible here also. Yeah, that what sucks about it. I think this is okay. But I think I need to like I wanna try to see how this would look if it was golden or something. Oh, let's try color instead. It's too much. I think that's basically it. Yeah, let's just keep it that way. And now I will turn this into basically black. Well, let me just check if I missed something. There we go. Now, do this. Maybe I can make this thicker. If not, then I have to go back to line art. Let's make it thicker. My tree, basically. There we go. That is much more faster. This is looking amazing, by the way. It's so fluid. Thank you. Did you study art in school? Nope. Finding an art school here is like, man, it's the most rarest shit ever. There's only like a few art schools here. And they're basically from a different city, basically far away from here. And they are expensive. I have to be self-taught. It's looking pretty tame right now, but I still haven't added the effects, so anyways, let's shade. Let's shade this character here. So basically I set that to multiply. I only do this for like the skin of the character, but I can also do it on clothing if I also wanted to have, you know, a tad bit more spice when it comes to the colors. So when picking out the colors, a tad bit darker there. I mean, it's automatically gonna be darker if you set it on this to multiply. As you can see, it's the same color as this, but it produces a much more darker shade. But what I do is I shift it to the red a little bit and then make that darker. And then just spread out all of this. Basically, you just want to find the highlights. So the highlights, in a nutshell, would be in this side over here. So I want my shadows to be somewhere around here. And I just do that lightly. Then another one, again set it to multiply. Maybe go back or just to the original. I only do this at the face, but since the face is not visible, I'm just gonna do this quickly. Apply the shadows where you want the contours, basically. And just to bring in some more dimension to the shapes. I can also select this, so it's much more easier. And darken this whole thing. But yeah, art schools are basically non-existent here. Not to mention, again, this country isn't really known for like appreciating art. Or any sort of creative work. By the way, I'm just using the airbrush to basically soften it. Because right now, as you can see, it has rough edges. Kind of a useless step, but it's really up to you. And then select this once again. I wanted to shade this, so use the airbrush again. It doesn't make sense right now, but later it will. Blocking in the shadows is one of my favorite parts. It's kind of that part where it all comes together. That's how it feels for me. And then I turn that off. Because this part is where I actually add in the shades or the shadows. But you know, with much more hard edges. It's basically called cell shading. Oh, it didn't change this part. My bad. And go back here. Let me put a mark on this so I don't get confused where my shades or my shadows are. I mean, the colors here isn't really that complicated. I literally just choose a simple palette, like just browns and reds and all that. Basically in this region, so it's not really that complicated. Luckily, we live in a time where there are tons of resources online for those that want to learn without an official degree. Yeah, that's true. Because if it's like way back then, then it's gonna be a struggle, and it's not as accessible. I mean, it's still kind of not as accessible, but it's more of depending on what situation you are in. But if we compare it to back then, you're basically dealing with either take it or leave it. And I don't think you would significantly learn something, but I think this is only applies to like college art school. You may or may not learn something, but it's more up to you. Because again, universities are and quality of education here is really shaky. If you have a shitty prop, like if you have a shitty professor, you're basically fucked. And they would like bash you for like stop being a baby, just fucking learn. It's annoying. And I think it's much more better to like it's more about socializing, honestly, if you're going in it for college. But who knows? It's really up to you whether or not you learn something. Because I still think that if I want to learn 3D animation, for example, I would definitely prefer to be in a university because I don't have the discipline to self teach myself, especially to a ground where I have zero knowledge about. The thing is, I didn't have connection until 2015, but in 2015, I was studying in university. I started looking for art courses online in 2018. So I'm kind of in a delay. I think that's one way to see it, but I don't think you're like late for the party. Especially with the conditions, if we're considering the conditions that you're like where you're into. What color is next? Let's select that so it's much more easier. I'm not gonna deal with the highlights right now. I deal with the highlights later, once the shadows are finished. Oh wow. Didn't realize the lines are really thin here. Anyways, going back to coloring this. Uh, you know what? This color is enough. It's not as dark, but I'll I'll be adding another layer in multiply again to make the shadows darker anyways. So. But honestly, these types of dynamic cell shading forms are my favorite and the most interesting to watch. Really? I kind of bullshit this. Like, as you can tell, I give zero fucks about the lighting. The lighting is supposed to be coming from here, from this side, and obviously, I disregarded that by by looking at the shadows. So yeah, this is what I meant by like my drawings are not accurate. I'm dead ass serious. When I said something, I kind of do mean it. I wonder why I don't really see many cartoon styles these days. I feel like most people prefer anime when it comes to stylized stuff. I would say less Japanese influence when I mean cartoons. Really? I don't think so. I think. Oh yeah, if you're looking at cartoons, basically cartoon shows, I think you would see a lot of influences there. But I don't think so. There's still cartoons out there that are like, you know, what reminds you of cartoons are. And again, this type of stuff evolves over time. If they see something works, then obviously they're gonna do it. I don't really get much out of someone doing final touches on a polished piece. Yeah, rendering kind of feels like if you try to like look at someone or watch someone doing really rendered stuff, highly rendered stuff, it kind of looks like they're doing nothing. But of course, that's not the case. They are doing something. But the details are so subtle, you really cannot see it unless you really look for it. And there's not a lot of drastic changes unless you like try to look at the very end of it. And once again, those type of artworks takes hours, so not sure if this counts as a break, but I have been using your beginning parts of class 101 to do the basics for the past hour. Maybe I'm too addicted to drawing. I mean, if you're just scribbling, then that's fine. But if you're doing a lot of polished stuff every day, that's where I draw the line. Because it's fine if it's just minute stuff or small drawings. But sometimes I just do get sick of drawing. I'm just like, do not want to touch anything. I don't want to touch the pen nor see it. Actually, let me just make this darker, because the contrast is basically nowhere. This part is also kind of sort of blending in, but I'll fix it later. For now, let's just kind of like chill. And now there's a dog that's fucking noisy. It's not ours, I think. Is that your dog or a neighbor dog? It's the neighbors. It might be ours, I don't know. And just that annoying. And the only reason why they're making that noise is because of other dogs. There we go. Is there anywhere else? What else to shade? I think we're gonna go with the bandages. It's almost like dirty white anyways. Yeah, other dogs are making noises, that's why. I think this is too gray. Well, I'll check it later. Because the thing about when selecting stuff like this, I cannot see the colors all too correctly because of this flashing lights over here. What the fuck? Why does your neighbors have all the noise machines in the world? I'm telling you, my neighbors are assholes. I mean, some of them are good, but most of them are pieces of shit, honestly. And it's the province. Province stuff? forgot about this one. That's not enough contrast. I think it's because of the saturation. Okay, now that's better. Oh yeah, I also do not set this layer into multiply because I'll get confused of the colors. For example, if I want to go back into, you know, a section where I need that specific color, I wouldn't have it. I need to look up to my color history to do that, but I always tend to forget it. So it's just much more better to like set this layer to normal so I don't get confused with the colors or lose that color. I can just color pick it. Maybe now for the skin. They have a dog, a karaoke machine, a damn chicken that makes noises in the afternoon. They also probably have cats, but we're the ones who's feeding them because they're pieces of shit. And at this point, we basically count them as stray cats. Also, themselves are fucking noisy. But yeah. Welcome to the province life. And most of them are boomers, so if you say anything to them, they would think you automatically as a disrespectful cunt. Especially if you're younger than them. Oh, you disrespectful brat, how dare you. As if they're the ones that has the right to be calling out morals. Like, for fuck's sake, you beat the shit out of your son. You peep. You fucking peep at your fucking cousin. None of y'all have rights. I mean, the lady at the store is nice. Some of them are nice to me. But that's only because I don't fucking go outside. But some of their relatives are like just pieces of shit, man. But yeah. You'll probably like, why aren't the cops like, or police arresting them? They don't care. They don't fucking care. I don't kinda like how this specific shade is looking. I'll deal with it later. I'll shift the color hue instead when I select this. Not to mention they're like, gossip is like a huge fucking thing here. It's kind of like you're kind of like still living in like people believing in witches. It's kind of like that. don't need to exactly do all of these wrinkles here, but here we are. And when I say neighbors, I'm not talking like, poor or three people. They're the whole family, and families here typically have like 7 sons or 7 daughters, and then along with their grandchildren, and then their grandparents. Like the whole generation is just in one place, and it's very cramped here, by the way. And we live in front of a river. Yeah, like 7 sons and 7 daughters. That's insanity. I mean, I'm probably exaggerating, but that's how it goes here. They typically have huge families. That's why it's called boomers. Boomer and the baby boomers. It's a lot. It's basically a fucking clan at this point. But yeah, they're. If I have to count, they're like. In total, if we're gonna count like grandparents, parents, and then children, it's like a total of like 4 or 3 families, and probably more. Here on our right side, but they're all related. But it's quite fairly common to uh, live together in just one fucking land here, which I hate. Because it's so fucking crowded. And you're not gonna get anything. Like inheritance? Nah. Fuck that. doesn't doesn't exist there. And the only way to basically move out from here is to like marry like a person from somewhere else. And it's much more better to marry someone in a different city or different country or whatever. Because you're more likely to be like people who here are more likely or has like somewhat related and just to avoid incest basically. But my grandparents have 7 kids. I don't even keep track of my cousins' names anymore. Yeah, there's just way too fucking many. Like, if my mom says like, basically greet them. So she's telling me like, go greet your cousins, your uncles or relatives, basically. I'm just like, I don't even fucking know these people. I don't know these people. And I'm not even that close with my cousins. Like, I'm dead as like the black sheep of this fucking family, but at the same time, I'm like the only one who fucking understands how shit works. Because once again, I live in a province. Not everyone here is has a decent education. Basically, I think one of my uncles barely graduated, or they just graduated from elementary school. Because again, they would say that, oh, back then, going to high school isn't like going to high school isn't even an option. It's not really a big thing. The most number of siblings in my family tree was my mom and her 3 brothers. Well, I think my uncle has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 8. He has 8 kids. One is like a son from another wife. The wife died. And then the new wife comes in. They had 7 babies. All of them are, yeah, they're living in poverty. And what I hate the most fucking hell is that they're just allowing this. Like, his brothers and sisters, my mom, they're just allowing this. They're not telling him that, hey, I don't know, fucking stop making babies, stop making kids, hello? You can barely help yourself. But yeah. It still feels like living in like 1600s or something. I have 5 siblings and I don't plan on having kids. Period. I mean, same here. I only have like 2 siblings, but no. So they don't have a family app that stops incest like in Greenland. Once again, I kind of feel like I'm still living in the 1600s. Technology here is like fucking shit. Like, it took us years to get fiber internet. Like almost a decade. Jesus. And it's not even that good. It's fine. It's at the point of like, I can't complain about it anymore. Thank God, at least. I don't know how they can raise their children. Even here in Morocco, the most poor people are the ones who have lots of kids. Exactly. Like, I keep telling them, like, why are you doing this? Just buy some contraceptives or something to avoid this. But no, they're still deeply rooted with their traditions and stuff. Like, they still don't believe in fucking condoms, for fuck's sake. They don't believe in birth control, fuck's sake. That's how fucking stupid it is living here. Oh, depression? It's all in your fucking head, bro. God. Oh yeah, they're also, man, I can't tell if they're religious also. They're religious, but at the same time, they don't go to church. Peeps here don't even go to church. But yeah, it's like, damn. It's just annoying. It is annoying being here, basically. and I think I heard one time like my mom is complaining like, look at your cousin. He basically disrespects the mother, but in reality we're just answering their question and all that shit, and being upfront and blunt about it. And she keeps saying like, look at their fucking behavior and all that. I'm like, no shit. Look at look at their fucking condition. They could barely afford electricity. Their mother is like fucking useless and lazy as shit. But at the same time, I can't fucking blame them because they're not educated. And at this point, they're just getting dragged by the situation, all in all. So I'm like, no shit, they're gonna be fucking frustrated. Same here. They are Muslims, they practice Islam and some stupid things, and they don't even pray. It's the opposite here. It's Catholic. The God, the Catholics here are so fucking. I can't tell if they're racist or just fucking. Just a fucking hater. Zero logic, exactly. Like they would bash on like, look at this fucking. They would bash other religions. They would bash atheists and all that. They would say like, you simple bastards, how dare you? But they don't even fucking go to church, bruh. You have no rights. Sit the fuck down. I hate it here. I'm called a weirdo. I don't go to church, but I consider myself a Christian. Yeah, it's, you basically come to the point like, like, is this even our thing? Because we don't do it. We don't do the practices, but we're still have this label because of, I don't know, we got baptized or something. Do you someday hope to leave the PH or just move to another town or city? Oh, in a heartbeat, yeah. I mean, it might give me some sort of discomfort, like moving to another city. You need to be, you need to adapt to their cultures and such. But honestly, anywhere else from here. I don't even interact with the people here. Deadass, I do not interact with the people here. I do not go outside. I do not interact with them. I just want to go to play to somewhere else. And most of my friends aren't even from here. They're from a different town or city. And if I tell them you are wrong, I became the evil person. I'm no longer, but all my family and extended family is Mormon. They hate anyone who don't think like that. Yeah. Even North Korea. Nah, not North Korea. I don't think I have access there. I don't think we can go there anyways. A passport here is not that powerful. Oh yeah, I also just watched like a video essay of like Coco. It's not even all that much about Coco, but it's about like going from different countries basically. People judge you by your passport. And I'm like, oh god. And it's basically an unfair advantage. If you live in a country that sucks or isn't as good, airlines probably judge you, or embassies basically judge you, mainly because of that. I'm like, okay, I'm fucked. I can travel all over the world. Okay. But yeah. Oh, I'm being called. Hold up. obligatory all of a sudden break. Oh, and I need to get a bathroom break. Anyways, BRB. Hey, I'm back. I got my shawarma. Should I eat it now? Or should I eat while I color? It's kind of messy to eat this because of the sauce. But I'll try my best, I guess. Ooh, tissues. So I might chew mukbang ASMR, I guess. Where is... The tortilla is different. What's going on? Oh, I can't draw. I can't draw like this. Maybe I'll eat first, then go back to drawing. This drawing is already taking way too long, honestly. Little Runky, thank you for the sub. First thing I'm going to do with my 2 days of no drawing break is to watch the god awful Halo show. I think if you have zero ideas about Halo, the show is fine. I mean, it's gonna be like one of those typical bullshit sci-fi shows. but it's basically good enough, decent. If we're gonna lower our standards like that. But I think if you're a fan of Halo, it's just terrible. But that's quite general. Most of video games adaptation and any sort of adaptation is kind of like shit. It's it's basically a running curse at this point. You're welcome. Your art is amazing. Thank you. Oh, it's spicy. I might cough and shit. Because I think they added spice. I became so weak when it comes to spices now. It sucks. Problem is that many writers try to adapt video games or often don't care or are very pretentious and they can write better than a video game. Really? Because most of what I've heard is like most of these writers doesn't even know anything about the franchise. So yeah, it's usually they don't care or they have zero idea about what the video games is about. Basically hiring the wrong people to do it. One thing I learned from college and my friends is that writers are often selfish in regards to writing for other properties or franchises. I have never heard of that insight before. But at the same time, it kinda makes sense. By the way, I respect you a lot. I know how it's hard to get to what you are in a country like PH or Morocco. I mean, your skills and even your way of thinking. Yeah, it kinda. Anyways, thanks. But yeah, it took a lot to, I guess, develop some sort of like being numb to all of this and just focus on like what matters. But hopefully it gets better than this. All my frogs are going nuts right now. All your frogs. You have a pet frog? But man, do I love exotic animals? Like the not usual animals or not usual pets. I used to want like a python or a snake, but of course I'm not gonna be allowed to have one. Which we can use Star Wars or even Netflix cinema as a big example. But for Dragon Ball Evolution, the screenwriter admitted that he didn't care and just wrote it for a quick paycheck. Yeah. Yeah, I have like 12 frogs downstairs croaking up a storm. Because here, they would never consider frogs as a pet. Especially one of my friends is like super hate frogs. She hate she hates frogs and toads. It doesn't matter what kind. She just hates it. And frogs and toads are kind of common here. Toads for the most part. And snakes. We also do sometimes get snakes. But we don't keep it as pets. We don't keep those snakes as pets. I think they're the poisonous ones. Not sure. Oh yeah, and we also have bats. Like back then, we have like a fucking bat running around and flying through the dining room, and and my relatives are just my brothers and sisters and my aunt are like panicking. But I know the bat would not attack and shit. I think they only attack if you bother them. My older cousins used to have a snake, but disappeared like 6 years ago after they graduated from high school. To this day, I have no idea what happened to the snake. That sucks. No concluding, uh, no concluding ending to it. I love them so much. I have dumps, smoke frogs, waxy lip frogs, and pixie frog. Yo, you have different kinds. But yeah, us we tend to have like different kinds of animals instead. We have fucking birds, dogs, even cats. They're actually stray cats, but since they got so used to like coming here and getting food, we, I guess they're considered as our pets now. There's not much wildlife here besides random deer and antelopes. Oh, they're basically non-existent here. But yeah, even birds and bugs are sparse. Actually, back then bugs are a huge thing here, but now they're quite rare. Birds, they're still birds. But yeah, what else kind of animals do we get here? I mean, I wouldn't say there's any sort of like Australian level danger of threat. Most of these are kind of like basically harmless, except for mosquitoes, because our neighbor uh got dengue fever, and that shit can it's basically kind of like malaria, basically high fever and all that shit, and it sucks. and you might die from it. But yeah, we can die from mosquitoes. Anything else is fine. And our cats tends to hunt shit. Like back then, there's this one old ass cat we back in the day. Basically hunted the fucking bat. Usually cats hunt like bugs and shit. I think another one also hunts like snakes and shit. But I don't think bats are like a huge threat here. They only eat like fruits and shit, so they don't care about other animals that much. But usually mosquitoes are like a much more bigger threat here, and maybe snakes, but they're pretty rare. And it only snakes only appear when it's like rainy season, like really rainy season, or it's flooding. Not much greenery outside, so I have to make the inside of an apartment full of plants and frogs. Oh, yeah, you're basically building a terrarium. That's so cool. Oh no, yeah, mosquitoes sucks here. My cat sounds like such pussies compared to your cats. The best thing my fat cat has ever hunted is a mantis. I mean, they're basically stray cats. But since my mom feeds them, because we tend to have leftovers and scrap food, and they always just come here because they know they got food. Our dogs are just dogs. We have two big dogs for outdoors, and then there's like two small dogs, and they're the fucking loudest shit. They're low key annoying, but they're cute. Hold up, I'm almost finished eating. I'm finished eating. Now to go back to drawing. But usually it's my brother that keeps on like buying pets for some reason. He bought fishes back then, guinea pigs, and guinea pigs, and what's the other one? Hamsters. All of them are not taken care of well. They're not taken care well by my brother, by the way. Either they die or they get sold. And that's what I'm pissed about my brother. I'm like, bro, stop doing this shit. Because when he buys them, he'll be like all excited in a few weeks, taking care of them and really investing on them. And after a few weeks, he won't care anymore. Dead ass. And my mother is the one that's ended up taking care of it. But of course, since she's busy, she also sometimes doesn't take care of them. So they either die or they get sold. I couldn't remember what happened to the guinea pigs. I think all I remember is that they got sold, I think. They also just live at outside here on our garage. Not really a nice place to be in, especially if you're like a guinea pig or a hamster. Like, for fuck's sake, we have cats. They're gonna kill it. My cat is also running around full tilt, meowing at the top of his lungs. Oh, I remember when I was sleeping downstairs back then. The cats are just fucking each other. And our cats are assholes. They're assholes. Like, they breed, they fuck, they meow all fucking night. And then they basically get pregnant and then basically have kittens. And they place these kittens up to our roof, to our drain, basically. And when it rains, there's a 99% those kittens are gonna die. Or the mother itself is gonna fucking kill the kittens. It's terrible. Our cats are assholes. And we don't even claim these cats. They just go here. Wait, that's a lie. My fluffy cat hunted a hummingbird and brought it on the doorstep. Yeah, it's just, if you don't take care of rodents, they can get real gross real fast. I had some friends that hoarded rabbits and sugar gliders. Their house smelled terrible. Yeah, they just smell terrible. Forever burned into my nostrils. Yeah, that's also my complaint about my brother. I'm like, get this shit fucking out of here, because I'm really sensitive. Not really sensitive, but somewhat sensitive when it comes to scent. And back then he took care of a fucking chicken, and holy shit, I have never gone outside ever again. It just sounds like shit. Oh man, and why are there bots here? Anyways, how the fuck do I block this? Oh, it didn't remove it. What the hell? Anyways, where was it? There's still some tortilla fucking stuck on my teeth. I hate it. But I'm forced to live with this. But yeah, cats are fucking assholes here. But I think that's their way of contraceptive, contraceptive basically. As animals, they just fucking aborted that child. It's terrible, but they're animals. And since we can, sometimes if the kittens live, we can take care of them, so they have to be like, go somewhere else. Anyways, shadows are done. We can finally move on to like adding highlights. But I think I accidentally put the light highlights over here. So let me just cut that and put it here. I'm gonna put some highlights all over the skin in there. Not too much, unless your character is really sweaty. When your character is sweaty, the skin tends to look shiny. But I don't think my character here is sweating. And then use an airbrush to soften it. Maybe over here. Shading somewhere off here, so put that back on, and there we go. And then add another multiply, except this one is clipped, so in that way it would only apply to like the shadows, or to the shadow layer. Maybe I want something red, but I tend to pick purple when it comes to making this much more darker. Kinda looks like there's nothing going on, but it's really a subtle thing. And I'll do that process again. Except it's the whole coloring or colored layer. Since I put all the colors in one layer or one folder, it's gonna base out of that. Maybe something much more saturated. Really looks dark right now, but that's why we're gonna have another layer here. Clip that also, and then put it onto Glow Dodge. This would be the highlights, or a little shining glow to it, and glowy effect to it. Oh, I forgot to put some highlights on the blade, but I'll go back to that later. Let me make this bigger. I should do the effects next, but let me just add some colors to the shadows. Blur it. So the lines wouldn't look as harsh. Still not sure on how the colors are looking. Still pretty looks smashed to me. Let me change this instead. Oh yeah, back on the selfish writers part. One big reason for it is that most writers rather want to write stories for themselves and be known for it, rather than retell or be limited by the rules of the use in the franchise. Yeah, that's true. But that's just a general, not all. Yeah. I mean, it's true though. They want to make a name for themselves. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Of course, I'm 20. I think. Couldn't remember. I think I'm gonna be 21 this year. So. But yeah, I'm 20 years old. I'm gonna be 21 in December. In December 8th. But anyways, how shall we do the effects? Cause oh boy. I basically put the effects on top of everything basically. I think I'll just do the good old fire. And if I want some outlines here, I would just use this instead of manually doing it. I just realized now, you said you have no patience to be a painter because you hate working on one piece for too long, but this also takes hours. It's much I'm much more slower because I'm chatting with you guys. But if I'm just dead ass silent, it's either I take breaks, that's why it's taking forever. But if I'm just continuously doing it, then it's a much more. It only takes me a few hours, especially if I know or have a clear vision of what I want. The reason why I don't like painting I'm talking about like the style, like you know those splash arts on League of Legends, especially when it comes to skins. Those takes days to render. Like, who was that artist? James something or whatever. I couldn't remember. But he basically renders like a fucking god. It takes fucking days just to render. But I guess that's okay for me. Like taking a few hours. Or taking much more longer than used to. Because that's what I want. I want to have like the stamina and the patience. Develop some sort of patience to make this stuff. I don't want speed anymore. I just want stamina or endurance. Because getting to draw like hours and hours is much more impressive to me now. Instead of only getting to draw a few hours and then be strained by multiple back pains and whatever. I think that's much more better for me, or preferable, I guess. I guess it's different patience. To be fair, some people work on the same piece for 20 effortless hours. That's also pretty nutty to me. You mean weeks? Others are, I think the longest are probably months. Especially if, for example, if you're working for a client or to an industry, it would take months. Because you're basically conceptualizing and then you have to wait for their approval and all that. And it might take multiple takes again if you're after the layout. So you're basically doing the sketch. And then they refine it, they refine it. They're still in the sketch. It'll take them forever. You see the selfishness in like children games. Like the game of telephone where players usually want to make the story more bombastic to get a reaction. I have to thank my college professor and friends for that generalization. But yeah, I mean that basically applies to most people. Like they want to be known for something. Like they want to take some sort of credit to it, basically. By the time our pour passes, I need to finish or I lose all motivation for a project. But yeah, I also have the mindset back then. If a sketch is taking me too much, I'll be just like, fuck this. I'm doing something else. But that's like my mindset like years ago or a year ago. Things are different now, thank God. Like I don't care about the speed anymore basically. I actually do not know what to do with the effects here. But yeah, I just do not care about I stopped caring about the speed anymore. Like I already draw fast enough in my opinion. And I much prioritize taking breaks and my health and all that shit. And my sleep. And that's basically why. I guess what takes too long for me is probably past 5 hours. Like if it's taking like 10 hours and so, that's already way too much for me. I need to, I either need to take breaks or something. But if you're taking considerable amount of breaks to accumulate like 10 hours, then that's fine. But if you're just drawing non-stop for 10 hours, then that to me is like you're either taking too much time to draw something, especially if you're still in a certain stage and there's barely any difference to what you're drawing. But hey, there's literally also some sort of different perception when it comes to speed. Some people would think that this is super slow, some people would think that this is super fast. It's really depending on their standards, basically. Well, that guy explained why Hunter x Hunter is now hiatus. I'm surprised it still has like a fandom. Like that franchise. And I guess that's just how it goes. When someone holds dear to something, to what they like. That probably helped you a ton. It's better early on to just make massive quantities of art instead of working on polishing a handful of pieces. Yeah, I think uh, if my or some of my OG followers get to see like how my art style basically evolved into, it's probably helpful when growing like some sort of uh platform, I guess, social media platform. Since you're pumping out content so much. But at the same time, I also plan those out. Like I try to be ahead of schedule. So, I mean, yeah, compared to back then, there's much more, or the quantity of artworks I made back then is it is a much more bigger portion compared to now. Because right now I can just do a handful. But I can tell I was like held back by that speed. Like the quality of my artworks back then is so far fetched from what I'm doing right now. And I was held back because I was like rushing all the time. I was too obsessed on like trying to get things finished instead of like just having fun and just do cooler stuff. but I don't think I would recommend it. Is it even necessary to put effects at this point? Because I'm trying and it's not working out. I guess I'll try to do a different approach to it. Let me just select this and then this one. And then multiply, but this time it's much more red. Do you work as an animator in the industry or mostly personal work? Nah, I don't even do personal animations anymore. But yeah, not yet. I don't think I'll be looking to join anytime soon. Well, who knows, maybe in the future. And finally make use of my animation skills. Because if you want to be an animator in the industry, it's so miserable. And it's nothing but discouraging. I mean, that's pretty much my perspective towards creative pursuits anyway. It's probably biased, but that's the reality from here. From taking a view here. No matter how hard or how I want. Let me put some shines over here. So in that way the lighting at least have some sort of sense to it. Let me blur this motion blur, I guess. I can't see it though. Oh yeah, HBO Max calendar shows was much worse than I thought. Many animators actually got pissed off that they wasted 5 years, and during the pandemic, that their work just tossed away like nothing and not even seen by the public. Yeah, yeah. You, they basically, it's basically done. The show was basically done, and all they need to do was basically air it. But no, they just announced it out of the blue. And I don't think they were informed about it properly. They just only announced it on Twitter or something. A lot of those creative jobs are overworked and paid criminally less because they know people will take the work. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there are some companies that, or some studios that really pays well and really treats you well. But those are still rare, unfortunately. But yeah. Oh, I'm in the wrong layer. And yeah, it's unfortunate. That's how it goes. Executives still, or the studio or publishers, are still the ones that are in control of it all. And you're basically end up doing like ending with a thought of like all for nothing, and you don't own anything. I kinda do not like this word, so maybe I will redo it. But let me select that once again. What show got cancelled? Close enough, do, and a lot of stuff. A lot of it, almost all of it that they were airing. Almost all of the animated shows they were airing. With Close Enough, it's more shady because they were promised by the higher ups that they would get in the fourth season. Yeah, that's the part that sucks the most. They basically throw you out of the bus, and you're left with basically nothing. So yeah, industry is still proving that it sucks to be an animator, despite the demand for it is there. It's, but yeah, that's basically it. It's just discouraging to be a part of, with all of this shit happening, especially. I think I need to make this darker. What are y'all's favorite shows? Anime, live action shows, or cartoons? Yeah, what genre or what kind of style are we referring to? Any is fine. Well, it's kind of hard to point out which one. If it's live action, I have none because I have no interest in those. If we're gonna talk about live action stuff, probably Parasite, Knives Out, Portrait of a Lady on Fire. There's also, I forgot the other ones. What was it called? The Lighthouse. That was nice also. But when it comes to anime shows in particular, not excluding the movies and such, because I tend to separate movies from the shows. When it comes to anime, definitely those are movie shows. Oh, you're right. Those are movies. Shows? I don't know, actually. Let me think. I don't remember the title of it. I keep forgetting. I should put this down on a fucking list, but at this point, I don't think I watch any more live action shows. There's probably one, but I just forgot about it. Because I'm a piece of shit when it comes to putting this into notes. Queen's Gambit? I guess that's one. I forgot the other ones that I watched. But most of the time, I rarely watch live action shit. I used to love it as a kid. Some of them. But now, no. I don't watch anymore. For anime, it's still Hyoka. For cartoons, I have a lot in cartoons actually. The Amazing World of Gumball, Adventure Time, Amazing World, what's it called? Flapjack. Is it the Misadventures of Flapjack? Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack. Gravity Falls. I also like the Owl House. Regular Show, of course. What else? Courage the Cowardly Dog. Invincible. Is that right? Invincible. What else? There's a fucking lot. Oh, Chowder. That one was also good. Trigun or Full Metal. What else do I like about anime? I think I also like Bokura wa Mina Kawaiso, and then Kobayashi-san, Maid Dragon. Without the questionable stuff, it could have been the perfect show. And also Golden Boy, without the questionable parts. And Baka to Test to Shokanju. Dress Up Darling is also nice. I think that's one of my recent faves, I guess. It also took up so much of my time, I don't even know what to do with my life now that it's over. Yeah. Oh shit, gonna add Invincible and Regular Show to that list. Hell yeah. You can't go wrong with the Regular Show, to be honest. Like, I have never related to Muscle Man I always like make weird noises sometimes. Kind of reminds me of Muscle Man. If you watch Trigun, you can already tell where my name came from. Oh, I didn't watch Dress Up Darling yet. I only watched Dress Up Darling because of the animation. The animation is actually really nice. That's why I watched it. But what else? I don't really. I don't think I have that much recent faves when it comes to anime, which is a shame. But that's just how it goes because a lot of animes aren't really that good anymore. I just find them cheap looking. Let me just combine that there. It's not. It's not applying. That sucks. Uh, it's kind of noisy outside. What the hell? I forgot I need to like make this somewhat look faded. Not by a lot, but somewhat. So in that way, it doesn't seem too harsh to look at. The shadows, I mean. My mom. Muscleman is so weird. Muscleman is just a fucking crackhead. And honestly, I live to be like him. Made this too harsh. And regular show is weird in general. But it's the good type of weird. The high tier kind of weird. Don't know what to do. Don't know what else to do with this illustration, honestly. Can't put the pics on it because it kind of looks sucks if I put one. If I put it like this, it's low-key too much for my eyes. But let me actually try. Let me actually try to make it work. The thing about illustration, honestly, if something isn't working, then just don't do it. Because you will waste a lot of time trying to make it work. But for now, I'm just like kind of fucking around, so. Let's try to make this work. Even it's probably not going to. Hold up, someone's knocking. Apparently it's dinner time. It's only 5:30. What the hell? You've inspired me to practice anatomy forms as soon as I finish my final responsibilities. I mean, I don't blame you. I got fuck tons of uh, work in progress and illustrations and animations. I cannot finish them. And studying anatomy is so worth. Like, once you get to know how things are constructed and how things are working, you probably don't need to rely too much on references anymore. Once you got the gist of it, of course. And honestly, I'm glad I actually figured it out, because holy shit. It will probably, because if I hadn't, it's gonna probably take me forever. Oh, and my thing is lagging. Let me save this. I don't want to eat dinner, and I just fucking ate shawarma. But at the same time, I also cannot blame others for being so discouraged in learning anatomy. Because it really demands too much. It demands you to keep in track. Not to mention have some sort of understanding towards mechanisms and such. Dinner time, didn't you eat the shawarma? Yeah, they're calling me to eat dinner now. I don't want to, just yet. And it's still fucking early. Sometimes I wonder how TD Goku got so good in drawing by self-taught. I think he's the only shonen manga artist to not go to a manga artist college. Actually, there's a lot. I mean, I guess in Japan it's much more common for them to be coming from an art school. But I think you're much more better off learning if you're like doing part-times for artists or manga artists, other manga artists, because they tend to hire beginners sometimes or assistants, and you're much more better off doing that instead, because you'll learn more and you're actually experiencing it firsthand. Wanna add more to this? It's either I don't do this or not. This affects. Because right now, it's already too complicated. There's already way too much going on. Let's just put a shine to it. Fuck it. I don't have all day. And apparently I'm being called for dinner now. I was going to ask if you watch Inuyasha, but then I remember you drove Sesshomaru and you did talk about Yashahime before. I don't completely watched it properly, like I skipped some episodes here and there, and I don't remember that much about it anymore. I'm going to head out and make food. I'll catch your stream next time. Thank you for coming, man. But yeah, this illustration is almost finished anyway, so I have to end the stream soon. Oof. I think I need to... Man, where's this coming from then? Is it coming from here? trying to remove all those bits and pieces. Oh yeah, I was also really young when I watched it. I watched Inuyasha. It was still one of those days that I still watch anime from the TV. The good old days. Oh wow, it ended being 4 hours and a half. Oh yeah. I'm also just taking my time. We're chilling. I think the dogs are going crazy again. I'm not gonna do some sort of flashy sort of effects, unfortunately, because this type of pose, this type of illustration doesn't kind of look good. Kind of doesn't look good for that stuff. I mean, still kind of no idea what to do with it. And whether or not I should keep this splatter around. Because I kind of do like how simple this is. So I might disregard that. Oh, I can actually make clouds instead. Never mind. I keep adding. I'm very indecisive, as you can tell. Especially when it comes to effects. I really still don't have like a proper process to it. And I didn't sketch it out, so. I tend to sketch out the effects. So, in that way I don't have to like fucking lose myself to the process. Cause that is annoying. Anyways, let me just do some clouds here and there. I'm gonna put some outlines inside of it, but not right now. I just need the outside of it. Is this why you plan out your shit? Highly recommended. At this point, I'm just trying things out. I still have no idea whether or not I should deem this as finished or not. Let me actually change this. Maybe change the color too, cause I don't like the colors. Oh, she's crashing. That gap. Oh, no wonder. My shit was on the wrong settings. I'm gonna abandon the effects, I guess. I guess I would rather plan that out instead of like dabbling in the dark here. Oops, wrong layer. Ooh, she's cracking. I'm filling out this gaps over here. Delete that. Might delete this line. There we go. Now to blur that. I'm gonna delete the layers I don't use. There we go. Maybe go back here. I'll be adding more bandages, I guess. Layers kind of scattered all over the place. another one. Man, that character reminds me of in Ember Knight. Is that a game? Are you drawing the clowns to cover defeat like Robert Liefeld does? Nah, I already draw it. There's no point to me to cover it. But I don't cover shit. But I do tend to cover stuff, but that's quite inevitable when you're like drawing in effects and you kind of want it to be scattered. I'm in the wrong layer. Right. I actually fear more that I'm gonna cover some shit instead of hiding it. Cause if I draw something, of course I want to show it off. Because if I didn't want to draw it, then of course I would not draw it and just cover it with something else. I remember when the streams were barely 1 hour and once a week, if that. Yeah. Ember Knight is a manga sequel of Gilgamesh. Alright. I keep forgetting names, man. I suck at it. This is why I take notes. But hey, I finally had some time to stream much more longer. So that's nice. Finally found the time. Need my pen. There we go. I think this one's finished. I kind of find it boring though, not gonna lie. But maybe it's because I just got so used to drawing effects. And I find this one kind of boring. Well. It is about the pose anyways. If I want to show off some effects, I would pick a different pose. A much more tamer pose, actually. Because that's what you want to emphasize, not the pose. Because if you want to emphasize the pose and then the effects, the complexity becomes way too high, and you basically don't know where to look if that's the case. Not saying it's impossible to combine, but it kind of gives that sort of confusion. Also, I have to eat some dinner now. Oh. Why does the pose look so simple yet cinematic? It's the camera angles, man. They're the ones that makes it much more spicier. You can literally pick the most boring ass pose, but if you pick like a good angle, that's where it gets spicy. But anyways, I have to call it quits now, cause my mom's like screaming at me to go get some dinner now. But anyways, guys, and my clip studio paint is crashing. Anyways, thank you so much for joining me. That's all for today, guys, and hopefully we get to stream again and draw something real soon. I have to say goodbyes now. Also 5 hours and 10 minutes, holy shit. Anyways, these are the results. And that's it for today. Enjoy that one bowl of rice. Thanks for the stream. Thank you guys. Well, that's it for today. Where's my goodbye screen? There we go. Bye bye. Oh, I love this as a screen. Anyways, bye guys, and thanks again.